Within minutes almost exactly. I got myself a lovely cup of tea. As always, fresh jug of milk. The first thing I ever make is a fresh cup of coffee. With all of the fat, all of the cream into this coffee mug, and it makes the best coffee you've ever had. It's so bizarre to think there are so many people my age that have never had, quote unquote, real milk. But it's true. Milk with the cream on top makes so much difference, and you wouldn't think it. You're just like, oh, it's just fancy rich people milk. What? Not fancy rich people anything. It's just milk fresh from the cow. I don't know how it's become this. I mean, I do know how it's become this upmarket thing that you pay up the nose for, is because it's marketable. You make everyday milk super cheap and manufactured by machines, then you make the fancy stuff that dares to not be manufactured by a machine, touched in any way. But I also got myself ginger ale and rum. Probably not a great combination, but I just wanted some rum. So we've got a little bit of rum. It's Bacardi, iced Bacardi. Well, let's get back to what actually logging, shall we? Art. Why does this art look slightly different? Why does this loading... This looks like... Okay, hear me out. I might be crazy. This looks like they've made it about 10% brighter. I'm actually going to have to go back and check now. I need to go back and know if this is brighter than the old frame. Events. Undaunted Celebration. Adventure and riches await you in the Undaunted Celebration, now for a limited time. Earn unique rewards with the Impresario. Earn reward boxes for defeating the final boss of any dungeon, or specific dungeon. Acquire an opal mask, shoulder, and weapon styles. So opal style. Video. We have Likil Lalu Piku. I forget how Likil translates. Lalu Biku is pretty plain. Lalu friend. But Lukiel is more of like a mood than a word. It's you do get a lot of that between different types of languages. More so in fantasy, perhaps. You'll have some people that will simply combine. Oh, wasn't there? I don't know if this is legitimate or not, but there's a gag in Wayne's World 1. I think it's Wayne's World 1. They have a subtitle gag. Mike Myers says a line, which sounds about 5 syllables long, but the subtitles go on for 5 whole sentences. I do not know if that's legitimate. The gag probably wouldn't work if it wasn't legitimate, but I mean, it works if you know nothing about Chinese, or do, I suppose, hopefully, but similar thing here. Lukiel more describes a person and their intent as opposed to simply translating to just a name. And that intent is outsider, outcast, no longer belonging to their own home or their own people. They have not so much betrayed their ancestry as simply foregone it in place of someone else's. Kind of, Oh, I just thought of a couple of real world translations that I could work with, but I am not saying them. Apparently there are real world translations to English that Lukiel helps with. Either way, continuing on. Fully grown child elder. What better a name than for the character I was opening the account with, basically. Bit of a self-insert. Anga Gia, or Anga Agia, is our new character, level 12 high elf. Salty, that's just a pun, straight off a vocabulary pun. Made back in the day, what was it, 8, almost 9 years ago, I made Salty because I wanted to try out PvP. This island alone, more than 6,000. You can probably tell I didn't get very far in that. And Krisha, who was technically, you know what? Technically, no, canonically, Krisha is now Madrasa's mother. Because that's sort of what happened. I made Krisha 8 years ago. That was my main EU toon 8 years ago. She was a level sorcerer. I think she does belong to the Ardmeri Dominion. But that was my character. KHAJIIT sorcerer who sort of like eyes burnt out, the whole thing's still there. And Jasa kind of took a similar visual approach, hence the inspiration was definitely there. I kind of wanted to just play Krisha, but I also didn't want to play sorcerer when I came back to it last year. So I picked up Andrasa, very similar design, but big dealer. I could have just used a token. I actually not have. I think it's a race change. I think you need to do race change, and race change also lets you change your. Or is it appearance? Air adornments and marking. Alliance is just your alliance. I don't know. I thought there was a way to do it, but I don't anymore. Alright, let's find out though. Are we leveling low gear tunes today, or just event? I don't know if event grinding is a thing, but Ooh. My stomach has revolted immediately to that waffle.
The mother bird sleeps at home during the day. Barn owls are rarely seen, although they are found throughout most of the United States. They usually hunt their prey under cover of night. The barn owl has keen eyes. It can see mice or other prey at great distances.
So, we are starting Rhythm Drausa. We're going to do our crafting dailies. And we're going to do a bit of the event by the Let's try. Let's have us find out. I made this ginger ale rum. It helps if you don't breathe it in. It really does normally help if you don't breathe in liquid. Can we try again? Breathe before the drink. Here we go. You know, that is actually quite nice. I thought it was going to be a little strong on the rum, but that's quite nice. Why is this music so loud? What did I turn this up for? When were we using... Were we driving with this? I think we were truck driving with this song playing pretty loud. Oh boy. I think it's Raft tonight. I won't lie though, I don't really want to play Minecraft. Turn that down a little bit more. I reinstalled RLCraft. Turns out there's an update. I was running 2.8.2. There's an update to 2.9.1 and quite a few updates in between. So I grabbed the new update to 2.9.1. Pardon me. I grabbed the update to 2.9.1 and recompiled everything. I'm not using CurseForge, I had to test the program. So I have to install them all manually, but worth it. Up until the point where Microsoft kicks modding support from the vanilla client. Group Princess's rulers have the following icon beside the... Oh. It loaded the icon as I read it. But it was just blank. Look at stuttery gameplay. Actually been a while since we've used a terribly stuttery game. Hey! Hello! How are you? Now, what's this notification? I have a reward that is waiting to be claimed. Did I not claim it before? No, it just took me to the quest thing. Ah, who's online? That's Celestial. And we have... Wow! Wow! Okay, this is a surprise. This is actually a surprise. I was expecting to see item returned, not sold. We sold almost our entire catalogue of items. The new Moon Priest sword sold for 1,000 gold. None of these are returned. A bunch of diamonds sold for way overpriced. I realize that now. I definitely overpriced them. When did these sell? 12 days ago. Maybe my advertising strategy actually worked. I thought it was a long shot, but getting people in the door, they bought everything. So 12 days ago. KHAJIIT, that was a bit high as well in hindsight. But it worked. I was still undercutting. Okay, so what I did wrong, I thought I was undercutting the suggested. If you undercut the suggested price, it is 1,000% more likely to sell because it's dirt cheap, basically. The suggested price alone that they give you is usually pretty reliable to guarantee it sells pretty quick. The average price is the median price of the average, also not excluding outliers. So that is true average median price between the most expensive and the least expensive. It's a bell curve graph. If the bell curve is super heavily weighted towards the high ends though, then the average is never going to sell. But there is a great psychological effect. People that have access to this bell curve graph, who can see the same data I am seeing, I see average, I see the suggested, and I see the min and max price. If other people also have access to that data, they will also know I'm undercutting the average, which has a weird side effect of making it seem more appealing, even though it really shouldn't be, because we weren't undercutting by a whole lot. The Drew wax sold for a pretty penny though. 15k a pop. We're rich. We had 4 Drew wax on the market. All 4 sold 13 days ago. We're now back up to 100,000 air. Lovely. I'm 100,000 air. I could murder you and pay the fine. You know that. I could murder you and pay the fine. I'm that rich. But I'm not going. Do we have to do it in a style? There's normal Ruby Ash restoration stuff too. I have item, have no. Let's go not have item, have no. The walk staves. Staves. Not staves. Staves. You're sick, sadly? Hope nothing too terrible. Though isn't it coming into the season to be sick soon? Maybe it'd be good to get it out of the way. Fingers crossed you don't catch anything during winter though. Right. We have... all of our research has been done because we've been offline for so long. That's something. I can't tell if I'm off-put or impressed. It's like, it's not a bad color combo. Like, it's nice. It's not even a bad color combo. But the dull blank base tone, could it not have been... I mean, it kind of works because the undertone kind of looks like just regular armor. But then he's got the highlights. Like, normally it's just gaudy, right? Normally you see stuff and it's just super flashy, super gaudy, and you're just like, yeah, okay, that's the armor. Or it's very plain and boring, like mine. Or I've never seen something that's caught me that off guard. Casually saying I can get away with murder because I'm rich. I mean... well... It wasn't the first thing I did when I got to High Isle. But there may have been a homeless person, and I may just have thought the Bretons didn't care about the homeless, since there was a homeless person. Obviously they don't care. There wasn't a homeless shelter around. Well, you know.
By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for
Criminal scum.
just asking?
Check my research. I've been offline for so long that all of my research is complete. Rare? Oh, don't worry. 18 days. 10 days. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna put all the terribly long researches on. Where's this one go? They're all 10 days over at the clothier station now. I have over a week. What do I have? Oh. I'm actually almost complete. I have 2 more traits to research for the ring. 21 days, 14 hours, 24 minutes. Then I have the final one. I have got a perk that locks it to 30 days. 30 days is the max. Maybe it's just like a guide. Like sometimes it'll say increase by %, increase by day. This one just says cannot be longer than X amount. So it might just be letting you know what you're purchasing more than anything. It does read like that though. It kind of does read like, oh, it forces it to be this short. I don't have anything to research at the woodworking. Tons. Let's have a look at what I'm actually missing. Bow has 2 left. Inferno Staff has 2 left. Ice 3. Lightning 2. And Restoration 3. The shield has 3. So I'm pretty well through my woodworking research then. Personally, I would be making myself ice and restoration. They're both of the ones that have 3 left. I don't know what I would want to put on it though. I suppose I need training. Training's just like the set every crafter needs. I tried bartering with someone who was lower level than me. Like, hey, I'll make you training gear or any set of any type, really. Just, please give me your crafting materials. Actually, the barter, I said I would trade them basically anything I could craft. Potions, food, armor, weapons, gear, at any level. For free, no charge. I would cost the materials myself and make it all myself. But in trade, I asked them for any crafting motives they came across. They haven't logged on and they got stuck in Guild Wars 2 instead. Very sad day. I don't even have a reply. It was like almost 20 days ago I sent the request out. It's fine, they're having fun in Guild. Bored! Hello! I'm bored. Itchy! Hello! I knew what I meant. Grave sword. Technically, do you have a main crafter? Ooh. I've got like bits and pieces. Probably the least researched out of all of them is gonna be my smith. Which is surprising because I feel like I've had blacksmith going more often than woodworking, and oh, I think it's just the item count more so than how much. Like dagger's got 4 left, greatsword 4 left. I haven't touched mole except for decisive. Battle axe 5 left. 6 on the sword. Mace. Axe is pretty well, 3 left and counting. It's not a fair chunk that have been taken out. The girdle is probably my least research. That's got 8 left on the girdle. But I'm... You go. My speed. I was gonna say I don't think I'm in any particular rush. When we're up to 10 days plus at the point I'm at for researching. I mean, to be fair, I could burn all those instant research writs I got from leveling up. One day, so I would need 10 to clear a research now. It's so misleading. Instant all research, and then you read the description. It's like instant all research, only 24 hours max. Okay. Yeah, which is nice. They're pretty cheap. I've thought about it, but again, no one's asked me to craft anything, which should be like one of the only few reasons I would need to get stuff done immediately. The only stuff... Yeah. The only stuff that I am kind of... It's not time pressure, it's just that I do need them done, generally speaking, and the sooner they're done, the more bank space I have. That's the crux. It's those 30-odd jewelry crafting writs. But my block for the jewelry crafting writs is harmony on a necklace. I think it's triune on the necklace as well I need. But on top of that, apparently triune is a PvP only crafting material, which I'm a little annoyed to find out. Or something like 70,000 on the market.
I can't believe the Gonfalon Colossus is just gone. It's been there for centuries. Why, if the...
Yeah, okay. I didn't know it was that expensive. I was kind of glad. Although, and not having done PvP, I have no idea what you earn per map. I was kind of hypothesizing if it was... Sorry? Okay. I don't know what I'd trade for it. I don't know if you need anything. A handful wouldn't hurt because I've only got one at the moment. Are we joining the group call? No. Double check. I'll double check, but I think the only Triune thing I need crafted, I think, the necklace. Because I've already got the ring. I got so lucky I actually found a tree. Well, I say so lucky, like I wasn't paying stupid amounts of money just to go buy it. But I found one for sale. And it's like $5,000. For a, it was the only one I could find. For a Triune ring. Considering most of the other rings I say it's expensive because most of the other rings I buy are 500, not 5,000. Solar, how are you? This rum is so much nicer than the other day when I combined it with... What did I combine my rum with the other day? That was really not a great combination. But on its own, oh, so nice. Bacardi spiced with a hint of ginger ale. Okay, no, not a hint, because it's a shot of Bacardi spice in ginger ale. But because I mix my soda differently, it is a shot of Bacardi spice in, like, no flavor soda. It's like Sprite without the Sprite flavor. And then I add a hint of ginger ale afterwards. So it made sense if you didn't think of it as me pouring a bottle of ginger ale into the rum. But it is super nice. It's so nice, I've let my coffee go lukewarm and my tea go cold. Having a coffee and a smoke on the porch. How have I been? I've been well. I'm doing well. I hope everything's going great over there. I've had lapses between laziness and trying to get back into the groove of things. And I'm finally at a point where I'm comfortable staying up till 6 in the morning again. Which is when I used to stream. That was my daily schedule. I would wake up at midnight, have breakfast/dinner, and then open stream and just go through till midday. Medici! How are you going? Oh, so many people I haven't spoken to in such a long time. This is what I've missed about this time bracket. Everyone's so much more active. If I stream during the daytime, that's something I've noticed when I stream with Sparkle. It is kind of super dead. The American time slot in the mid-afternoon is kind of super dead. And I know it's not about numbers, but I'm not even thinking about numbers. I just like having conversations. Like, it's great to sit here and chat while I do some nonsense in game. We get to see a couple of funny things happen in the game, sure, but I do love the social aspect. So I won't say it sucks, because at the end of the day I do enjoy this either way. But it does kind of suck, just sitting here alone talking to yourself. We have 25 spaces in the bank free. I logged in today expecting to see, because I've not been in for a fortnight. I logged in genuinely expecting to see 12, 20-ish items just returned to inbox because they didn't sell. Someone went through and cleaned me out. The only things left on the store under my name is a bunch of bait. I'm 100,000 again, so must have made 110k. Couple of bits of well, that was the thing too, because I knew I had stuff expiring soon. But it seems like my marketing strategy paid off. Instead of just putting the whole lot on the store, I was starting to like drip feed things, because I noticed Tamriel Trade Center, if you use the search function, automatically sorts by most recent, not by value. So it doesn't matter how cheap you are. If you're 5 hours old, you're on page 3. So my marketing strategy was basically leave 5 to 10 slots free, put a bunch of stuff up there in bulk, and then every couple of hours keep going to drip feed stuff dirt cheap that can't be said no to, and try and get people in the door so that they see your other stuff. That was the last thing I did before I logged off, was I refreshed that marketing. I don't know if that's the reason, but it all sold 12, 13 days ago, so it must have done something. It only pays off if the person buying uses Tamriel Trade Center though, because people just looking in the shop aren't going to be affected by that marketing strategy. Which, to be fair, I was hogging that on the store for the Unicorn Brigade guilds as well. It was so annoying. You have no idea how annoying it is. Going into our store and going, oh, what resources can I buy? What's people put up in our store? Let's support guildmates. And then the first 10 items is just mine. But it's so cheap, I want to buy it, but it's mine. I could get it for free, or I could just buy it. I try and find a balance. Like right now, I've got a Daedric pedestal ritual. I know you can buy a lot of these diagrams, recipes, and all of those. Here's a good example actually. You'll see people put recipes up for under $1,000. or at $1,000 or more. Especially blue ones, the price starts skyrocketing once you get to blue or purple. But if you get a crafting writ for provisioning, if you can get a provisioning crafting writ and it's a recipe you don't have, you can buy it for under 1,000 gold if you just go to the local chef. I'll admit, it took me way longer than it should have to realize that, because I kept going and looking for recipes at guild stores. I didn't realize when you get a crafting writ, it spawns the recipe at chef stores. Sorry, am I still cutting out? Am I having internet issues? I don't know what happened to Discord. I'm going to drop out and rejoin. Discord may have died. Okay. Discord may have died. Hey! Okay, apparently I'm back now. No. Oh. We're on the Brazil server, and I am hemorrhaging data on Discord at the moment. Ooh, okay, it's back down to no packet loss. The ping is 400. Am I at least audible? Do people run bots in this like an OSRS? I highly think there's not a game with an in-game economy in the world that isn't going to have bots run. And you'll probably find even easier to do in Elder Scrolls as opposed to OSRS, because you can directly gift in-game value with real-world money. So I won't say it's incentivized, probably is discouraged and against terms of service, but I could go onto the real store and gift you a bunch of things, and then you can go farm a bunch of stuff and give it to me. That's player-to-player trading, but there's no reason why you couldn't... Yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't bot and then still get that real-world value out of the trade of those items, I think is the point. Am I gonna play Valheim today? I thought about it. Sorry, I should smash these messages because you said you're gonna lurk, but I did think about playing Valheim, but I wanted to do Elder Scrolls instead because I missed a check. I missed a range. I put a rain check in from yesterday to play Elder Scrolls today because I got home super late and basically fell straight asleep yesterday when we were planning to do some dungeon grinding. So this is kind of a rain check day. I was planning originally after the Wednesday race day to switch over to Valheim and do my first run of the carved boat race for the speed run. But we've got a rain check, so that's what's happening instead. Afterwards, in the, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tonight, 6 p.m. Central Standard, we're going to be joining Sparkle, Wumpy, and Arame and 9. I don't know if Arame is joining, but that's the crew. And it's on Raft. Tonight, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. I need to get these things out though. Let's actually get our dailies done. Total price for a Daedric. We do not have PTC. He's still pulling in some data. Right, average 1,007, suggested 24. We'll just leave it at 30. Up it to 50 even. Who's going to argue with 50 septums? That's something I've noticed that as well. You can put... How much is this? 500? I could do 500. Let's put 2 of those up. Bradwood treasure map, that's mine. Recipe, they can go in the bank. You've made how many sanguina? There is definitely an art to finding the fine line between, oh, that's a good price, a great deal, or so little money that people will buy it anyway, right? When it comes to selling mid-tier items on the market, that's the point where you normally want to go and figure out whether or not there's a price that's so low or so agreeable that people will buy it anyway. And of course, that does scale. So if you're selling 200 of an item at an agreeable price, it might be out of someone's budget. Or Big Amber, of course, being the other end of that, where it's so expensive that you can make a price too good to be true and absolutely guarantee sale. No one prisms as well. This is all that stuff that I... Ugh. Do we not have Drew wax? Where's all my Drew wax? Did we sell all of it? Got resin. We've got 300 urban then. A good example here is Alkahest. Alkahest always sells so cheap that it's impossible to say no. What you end up saying instead of no is, why do I need more? I got 251 Alkahest. I bought 200 of the stuff because I don't know where to find it. I don't need any ever again, right? When am I going to make 250 potions multiplied by 16 per output? So there's a certain point where it does become like, it sells for 2 septims per alcohol. That's great, right? You can get a whole stack. I could double the amount of alcohest I have for 400. But it's so cheap that the question isn't whether or not it's a great deal. The question is whether or not I even need it. Like, it's one of those things. You could probably see, like, average is 7, suggested is 3, minimum is 1. I pick them up for about 2 septims a bunch. I could upsell these and it would still be a great agreeable price. Add 3 septims onto the price tag and I don't think anyone would complain. I have no idea where I've put any of this through wax. What's a Stendhal stamp? Those style stuff, so we're not selling any of this. Got traits for weapons, armor. Holy cow! Where did I get that? Pulverized orbic amber. We've actually got 4 of the things. Ten of those make at least 1 complete piece. Technically, you earn more money selling 10 of those compared to the 1 piece built. Interesting. Did we grab anything actually out of the bag? Yes. Split. Why is that? Hang on. I did it the wrong way. Go. And we're gonna dump those onto the mark. Scooter. Apparently the average has gone up. 26 sales of 66 items in 78 days at an average item price of 3,006. I'm under 100. Throw them all up. Tempering alloy. Suggested is... Oh, apparently this is... I've sold tempering alloy before because I've got a remembered price of 8,000. 8 sales, 19 items in 79 days, so just over 2 months worth of traffic, averaging at 9,000 per item. I'm happy to undersell an actual sale point though. That's the big difference between Tamio Trade Center. Let's go show. That's the big difference here between Tamio Trade Center. The average is what most people at this point are selling it for. Most people are underselling the MM price here by 100. But the MM price is real data. This is how many people have listed the item. TTC does not give you information based on actual point of sale. M price genuinely gives you data on point of sale. You can see up here too. Average is 9,180. Minimum is 45 septums. Someone out there has tempering alloy up for 45 septums apiece. And the maximum is 100,000. But the MM price here tells you the actual sale average. So out of those 19 items over 60 plus days, they actually have sold at that price. Compared to this, which just tells you what everyone thinks it's worth. They do correlate here, but they do not mean the same thing. You get a lot of finance tools in this. I don't know why I focus so heavily on that. Probably means something. Some spectrum somewhere has been triggered. Either way though, we have done some sales. We're gonna go... we need to get out of the city for one, because city is laggy as heck. And then I think we're gonna queue up for some dailies. Let's find out. Oh, sorry, I disappeared for a bit. I think I've done my dailies. I'll open... actually, I've got to open my... winners. Oof. I've done a couple with fake tape. That's quite an experience as healer. Gotta go make the money for the day. Well, thank you for popping in, Sola. Again, I hope things are going well over there. Good to hear from you again. But go get that paycheck. Find yourself a nice bottle of rum and try some ginger ale. I can now officially highly recommend. Board endorsed drink. Rum and ginger ale. I was skeptical because I thought the ginger ale might have been a bit flat compared to the rum. But it is quite surprisingly nice. You know, random complete sidetrack of topic here, but I've actually kind of had in the back of my mind this idea of trying to start up like a board endorsed TM something. It's more or less just a way for me to sort of vent about product foods, I suppose. Different things in the world. But I don't know how to implement it. I mean, a tier list of drinks would be something, because I could go into the tier list and I could try the drinks and compare them, rate pros and cons. To what end? I suppose for the satisfaction of me having a complete list of something somewhere. I don't really know it has a to what end. I hadn't thought that far. It just seemed like something satisfying to do.
Yes, the initiation's unpleasant, but we need to see commitment.
That was what it was about. Originally... Oh, okay. That's so quick. Originally, I was going to do book reviews. Or a book club. I still think I would like to do a book club, but the problem is I'm going to naturally go for classics, oldies, and obscure collections that you may not be able to find. I mean, immediately, my first point of reference is going to be a Reader's Digest book. Actually, no, it's not Reader's Digest. I correct myself. This one's printed by Oxford. There was some publishing sect of Oxford that was doing some goodwill back in the 60s, 70s? I think it was 64. And this goodwill led them to be able to republish a bunch of authors' short stories of the day. Actually, the book collection of short stories was called English Short Stories of 2-Day. I've already read the first one, called On the Contrary, and despite having some colourful language, I do think it would be a good thing to try and do. The original thing I was going to go for was going to be reading the book and having an actual online book club. But even with old books, republications of those books can account for modern day copyright. The copyright holders can, like, I don't know how it works, but it seems like copyright holders can indirectly have their copyright renewed by allowing someone to reprint their work. So the copyright holders to all of Shakespeare's works, whoever they may be, I think that might be a bad example, they might be public domain, but it seems that the rules say whoever the copyright holder is can simply just allow Reader's Digest or Oxford Publishing to release a book with their story in it, or release a print of their book. They don't have to authorize it themselves, they just have to say, yes, I agree, you are allowed to pay me royalties. And the other company takes their story and publishes it. That alone is apparently enough to renew the copyright. So, in that sense, it's probably safe to assume every book and every story ever is held under some copyright somewhere, even if it's distributed, and perhaps even especially if it's distributed online on a personal webpage somewhere by the author themselves. Online distributions, of course, being a whole nother thing, because every webpage is going to have a copyright at the bottom. Short of, I think, the 15 years that you're given before something becomes public domain. Although I'm pretty sure that's a Disney law, so that may not apply to written works. But I've gone through that thought process. I want to make a book club, but I don't really have the motivation to do it if it's just go find this book and read it. Because I don't think many people are going to be able to go out and find a 1964 publication by Oxford Publishing called English Stories of 2-Day. To be fair, I suppose there are sketchier ways to get literature. PDF files and the thought have oft been used to circumvent actual publication. But with old niche things like this, I don't really know. You may get some that are more likely to be turned into online PDFs somewhere just because of their popularity, even if they are obscure in today's literature. But again, going back to the point about copyright, I can't endorse downloading random ass PDFs of someone's story if the copyright is still owned and published by someone, if the copyright is practiced by the copyright holder. At which point, right, it leads me back to the full circle problem of if I can even just infer that you should go get a PDF of a book, it should also be legally sound for me to just read the book, which is what I would like to do. I would like to just have like a book reading session, a day where I just come in and read a story. Try my best not to interject with my own thoughts. I do that a lot here in games. I'll play through a story in Elder Scrolls and I'll just interject a bunch of my own nonsense. But it doesn't stop. When I read a book to myself, I'm still doing that. I'll get to a point in a book and then all of a sudden I'll be opening 15 Google tabs looking up different phonetic, or the genetics of a word or something silly. Like, whatever takes my fancy seems to be a curse of what I'm doing. Do you have any dungeons left after that? Are they Undaunted? Okay, actually, I don't think I can pick up Undaunted. I think I've still got Undaunted quests from a month ago at this point. Let me check my quest log. Yes. Crypts of Hearts, Darkshade Caverns, and Ice Reach. Still there. I should probably actually, what I should have been doing is Glory of the Undaunted. Wait. Oh, complete one. I was like, why do they tell you to go to all 3 provinces? For low level? Because if we're spamming dungeons, then yeah, I've got a level 10 I want to start grinding. That's the case. If that's the case, I need to start the Undaunted questline. But that shouldn't. If we're grinding dungeons for XP, if we're grinding for loot, then I'll just take someone high leveled. Or I'll take my main. Mm-hmm. Love it.
Hold. Speak to me before entering Mournhold, citizen.
Teleported. Wait, where are we? Who are you? Oh, wait. Hey! Japan, what are you doing here? Where'd you get the fancy red pants? And this belt. You are dressed fancy. Lady Arabella's paying you superbly. Why isn't she paying me superbly, Jacan? Was that something over my shoulder? Oh, is it the answer to my damn question? Oh, no? Okay. Clearly we're not going to get an answer out of him. Where do we need to go? Hey, wrong way. We need to go here. Oh. Oh, I just outed by it. I'm thinking I need to change my alt key because I've used it about a dozen times on accident, never intentionally. Traveled from one capital city. Well, not really. High Isle is just the new thing. But traveling from High Isle to an actual capital of the Outmarried Dominion? No, this is Ebonheart Pact. This is Mournhold. Right? Ugh. It has been too long. I don't even remember the lore that they have in this game, let alone. Saloon? Any level 38? I'm level 38 anyway. Fast random. Sadly, we've agreed to Undaunted Pledge. Estimated time of arrival. Usually just translates to this, it'll happen at this time.
You must be here about unnoticed. Well, Scamp, you either want to join the Undaunted, or you need instructions on how to wipe your arse. So, which is it? You here for the plunder?
Right. They're not character bound? Well, I guess, like, if they are character bound, that makes sense, right? Grind to level 50, then open them all. But then you're gonna have a lot of storage taken up by these things. Grind to 50 isn't that slow, though, I guess.
Undaunted plunder. Ha! I'll tell you true, Scamp. We've gotten our share of lazy or incompetent recruits lately. I mean, who falls to the goblins in Fungal Grotto? Consider this an incentive for better blood to show them how it's done.
Do I get paid? I'm already
The
part of this group.
Alliance sponsor us to clean out the corners of their realms, so we're flush with plunder. We're using it as incentive for those who can complete contracts, conquer crypts, something with the letter C. You in? Fabulous. If you already joined the organization, you know the drill. If not, or if you don't think you're quite ready yet, Bull Rule over there has contracts that will get you up to speed for a lesser cut. Good hunting, Scamp.
Understandable. During the Undaunted celebration, enjoy bonus rewards for completing dungeons of any difficulty. You can earn Undaunted reward boxes by looting the final boss of any dungeon. The first time you do this in a day, you earn this. I'm reading the explanation for what the event is, and it disappears when you're half done.
There's an urgent task for you.
Yeah, I'm on my main. Muscle memory betrays me. I almost hit cancel instinctively. I am going to jump somewhere nice and calm. Doesn't have a lot of people. Drag and keep my frame rate. Yeah. No. Yeah, go for it. Are they from a different guild? Hang on. They said they're in voice. I have the old merchants, but I don't see them. I'd have to be dragged somewhere, I guess. Should we join then? Oh. Connection isn't poop. Oh, that's because I'm connected to me. We will find out sooner or later. What was I doing? What was I doing? Hello. I swear I was doing something. I'm just staring blankly at my screen, confused. I think this means I need more rum. The new color lizard! Lizard! Please get out the way! There's a new color lizard! I have only ever seen yellow lizards. In my entire time playing this game, I've now seen a brown lizard. Can I get the ruby ash wood in time? I don't have... where's my support? See that the bug where you join an event and then get kicked from the group and told that you're offline happens. I'll port over manually in a sec. Tea. Oh, tea. Lukewarm. Again, I will just explain verbatim. I do this normally when I'm playing Elder Scrolls Online, but I join guild chats. Since guild chats are technically public, anyone can join the chat. So I may be talking, but the audio will not be put through the stream. Save me requesting everyone's permission. I'll simply just cut the audio out. But that does mean, sadly, you will hear me talking to quote-unquote no one. But why am I upset? The boss? Oh, he's purple. Not even running healer. I mean, yes. But I'm using ice staff with no healer abilities equipped on my secondary item slot.
Pathetic. You're tougher than I thought. Let's see how you handle this. Here it is. Cower before the rod of Kravar. I hate. Time for a different approach. Awaken, my darling.
Oh no! Oh. That wasn't what I was so knowing about. I was so knowing because the alcohol made me sleepy. Not an actual important. Ooh. Alcohol made me sleepy. All I have to say to that is how come? What cruel world where you get sleepy from drinking. I guess that's why they call it a depressant. Not because it makes you sad, because it makes you tired. This is what I get. This is what I get for making myself a rum at 5 in the morning before loading up Sleepy Dungeon. I'll plead the fifth on cringy names, I think. What exactly my strongest point? Oh, I just died. The steam kills. I didn't expect just to die. I thought I could just run through. Damn it. Lizard. What was the animation I used to? Oh. The animation I used to use to pet animals as they died was in Final Fantasy. Long story. But I played a character in Final Fantasy who would poison. It was like a poison, then it was a different poison dot, like I just stacked them. So it was poison, poison, paralyze, poison, poison. And that combo with that timing was enough that you could sit there and it would be paralyzed until it died. Most animals at my level when I was last playing that game fell for that. Or at least even the tough ones actually. It didn't really work in a group because all of this was single target. Ooh, bunch of stuff. But I would go up to the equivalent of like a giant lizard, and then I would just poison, poison, paralyze, poison, poison. Then you would walk up to it. You could even sit down in front of it on the floor. Then you would type pat or pet or something silly is what I did, which would make your character reach out and just pat it. Either like a soft pat 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 or like a behind the ears scritch or something silly. Very psychopathic, very, very amusing to see. Just having a character sit there watching an animal die and patting it on the head. No, I was definitely making a sane character over there in Final Fantasy, wasn't I? To be fair, my Final Fantasy tune ended up being so... meh. And that was one of the things too. I made my character with... I genuinely actually had pre-baked backstory coming out of character creator. I had like an idea of who I wanted to be. But the game didn't care. The game cared so little at who I wanted to be that you even get like picking yourself up from the bootstrap style story, which really didn't work. I started my Final Fantasy character out as a royal envoy from their own kingdom, is basically how I was starting, and I figured that was fine. I figured a royal envoy from their own kingdom was more than decent enough blank starting point to mold myself onto. But the chosen one style story that you get, and then the picking yourself up by your bootstrap style story on top of that, kind of squashed that early on. Yeah, I just can't do vet 300? No, I'm 239, so I can't do vet 300. Yes. It was a weird point of amusement that those combination of animations would just play out with your character sitting there, watching an animal asleep on the floor, hitting it on the head. Then you got loot. You just get loot and it fades. Why do I have a 50-50 timer?
Don't drink antacid. Drink only water and milk. Else you're going to be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water,
my camera is so
drink
off-center
water,
that I can't even get like a
drink
close-up.
water, drink water, drink water.
I don't want to change that. If we want a close-up of Andrasa, we just have to open the menu. Welcome in, Octo! How are you doing this morning? Would you know it, I'm actually completely out of water. I am not prepared for this occasion whatsoever. I drank the last of my empty water bottle about an hour ago. Leave the other water bottles out in the cupboard that are full. Buy them in packs of 6 and I reuse them for a short while.
Touch me, vampire. I may fall today, but by Onsi's bright blade, I will take you with me.
Please, just listen. I'm not allied with those grave robbers. If you keep this up, those wounds will reopen.
Hi. But I'm out of water. I do have. Ooh. Oh. Weird. So. I poison the drinks for hydrate today, at least until I can go get water in a little while. Going to be a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, or a Bacardi spiced rum and ginger ale. My thoughts are so skewed already. We need a healer, actually. Pretty okay? Oh no, not the water. I know! I drank it all just before the race ended earlier, or during practice actually. I'll have to go get some more. I'll take a short break shortly. Probably after we finish this dungeon, I'll take a quick break. He has a lot of health and I need to zoom out.
Like rain before the sight.
Right, okay. So there's two enemies there. There's the boss, who is glowing purple, and there's the flesh atronach, who is down. We're being told to focus just the boss. Growth! That still hit me, apparently. Sad. He's freed another flesh atronach. I'm gonna put down a rune for myself. Flash shield. No flash shield. Give me my flash shield. Triple tap. And then another AoE heal. Fire. He apparently is now turned into a werewolf. Right. I don't see a pattern on the floor for that run. I don't see a pattern on the floor when he does the charge attack. Is that not visible?
Well done, Wayfarer.
That's cool. It hovers. Hovers. I think I need more rum. I'll also have to catch it on the calorie at the same time I go get my drink. me over. I can't grapple over. Oh, oh, oh.
Ending helpless. The door is sealed. And without Chewbacca's gaze.
Wait, Shilari. There.
Oh.
More sigils. Perhaps they correspond to the one on the door.
I'm actually surprised we didn't have to fight the second golem there at the door. Dare I say yet?
Now, kill! Another sealed door, but no statues or sigils. Any ideas, Blood Drinker?
A few. The corresponding sigils may be in another room. We should have a look around. Perhaps in that vault to the north.
So upset. I made myself eat coffee. Fresh thing of milk. It's still so good. But it's like barely even lukewarm at this point. Get a room here. It's invulnerable. What am I doing? Ah! I have no idea. There are some mechanics that are not visually distinct, and seeing someone do it doesn't explain what's going on.
Friends, the door unsealed. It's just... What happened in here? Never mind. Shalaria managed to capture one of the Dragonkin. Come, quickly.
Oh, that's what the sigils. So what?
Before he what? What are you godless dogs doing here? Speak!
So, what does matching it do? Oh, there's a synergy. Ah, okay.
You heard what he said. Your leader and Tuwaka's gaze are ahead. Shed a tear for this monster if you wish, but make it quick.
Spine, I need to stop being such a slouch. In every sense of the phrase. You know what? Credit where it's due. Thank you, Bethesda and ZeniMax Online Studios. For not calling this a bone atronach. I think my favorite is the wind atronach, because all it can do is just wind at you, so they gave it a sword. Stay in the circle. This thing. Okay.
I've explored more tombs than I care to recall, and I've never seen a guardian like this.
Enough with your academics, vampire. We did not come here to study. We came here to stop. I had no idea such grand ruins stood in the heart of this place.
Your Kuno, yes. The works of your ancestors from
Tomorrow they all rest in glory on the fallen shores. See what their homes become.
Well, note to self. When I do the actual low-level dungeon grind that's meant to last 4 hours, alcohol is off limits because I am drinking coffee, tea, and the alcohol is winning this fight.
Do not let these troublemakers reach this center. Attack!
I'm not winning this fight. Okay, to be fair, it's like 7:30 in the morning. But also, I need to be able to stay awake till 9. Beetle. that seems bad. Hmm. Good reaction time. I like how I had a whole 5 seconds of going, I'm taking damage out loud before I reacted and tried to get out of it. Do you not see the people shooting at you on the left? Sorry, on the right. Am I over on the other end of the grapple? Did I grapple over as I died? See if you can res me over on the other side. Right. Well, I'll Oh, where did you go? Whoa, 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 I'm seeing corpses roll around in the skybox. Lynn died next to me, but then disappeared. And magically ported over the other side of the shrine. Well, at least. I've always been curious. Obviously, a damage AoE is going to trigger his aggro. But can I heal AoE without aggroing it? Reach. Almost reached. Alright. Mm-hmm.
We all die alone. No more hiding, spirits. Come out and play. Let the madness in.
Shit. Spare me just looking around, and sometimes it doesn't seem to find the grapple. I got stunned immediately after res. I see. They only appear on one side? Oh? It'd be nice if I could just knock them off the platform, but remove the CC. That's fair warning at least. Put down an ice shield. Get an AoE out. Get my personal safety bubble. Oh, off. Okay. Healer's physical protection. Understandable. You know, I do like how varied the stuff is in this game. Ow. I actually thought that door was where we were meant to go.
Whatever it is, whatever these beasts have conjured here, it will face a
Right, shiny things are normally pretty good indicators of direction, but... Eat. Oh, that's not good. That one was green.
Kill you for what you've done.
By all means, try. Our patron demanded the remains of the Grey Host. Adding a few more corpses.
I wonder who the Grey Fox is back in the Second Era.
Go, kill that fiend.
What's the Cowl of the Grey Fox? What's the name of that item? You know, in Oblivion, when you get it, I'm pretty sure it's just called the Cowl of the Grey Fox. But doesn't it have a special item, special name? It's a Daedric artifact. I remember that much. I'm pretty sure the cowl is it's not the cowl of Nocturnal. Although Nocturnal does give a cowl, doesn't she? Very loud. Hi. Hello. That was... I'll admit it's a little distracting from the fight. Oh. Impressive.
My fight.
A fight you would have lost. Don't expect gratitude, but you're welcome.
Fenorian, I understand why you did what you did. One day I will make my peace with it. In the meantime, I will put the life you saved to good use.
I trust you will, Shalaria. As for me, I have some investigating to do.
Is the Grey Fox's cowl actually the cowl of Nocturnal?
I suspect they've already
Or does it have a different Daedra
great
that
many urns out of the grave
summoned the
before you
cowl?
arrived.
It's definitely Daedric. I'm certain. We're gonna have to look this up though. And then, on top of that, maybe no. I'm not going to look up who is the Grey Fox in the second era because it'll just spoil an entire questline that I'll randomly find in 30 hours time. So, Cowl of the Grey Fox. Bethesda are American. Oh my lord. Okay, I'm going to Google because DuckDuckGo doesn't let you type negative word. Google lets you type negative word and I'm writing negative Skyrim. Cowl of the Grey. Negative Skyrim. From the Grey Fox. Is the item on the Lord actually called the Grey Cowl? The Grey Cowl of Nocturnal. It is! Look at that. I actually got the guess. I got it right. Cowl of Nocturnal. Apparently. Why does the unofficial Elder Scrolls P? Unofficial Elder Scrolls P wiki. I don't know what that. It's speaking to me in Spanish. Weight 2, value 0. The lore page for it will open that. The Daedric artifact, Grey Cowl of Nocturnal, is a hood that was supposedly stolen from Nocturnal over 300. Whoever wears the hood takes on the identity of the Grey Fox, whereas fame, infamy, and bounty will become those of the Grey Fox. Any crimes committed or good deeds done are attributed to the Grey Fox, rather than to the character wearing the hood. The blue writing in the middle of the mask says KHAJIIT, which is also a farewell and conversation with members of the Thieves Guild. As is common in the Daedric alphabet, the letter Yamkin is omitted from the inscription. You cannot be identified while wearing the cowl. Even if you take it off right in front of others, they won't associate you with the Grey Fox. Every time you put the cowl on, your bounty is set to 500 gold and your infamy is set to 100. You can rack up a huge bounty as the Grey Fox, which will only be active when the mask is on, enabling players to go on crime sprees, essentially consequence-free since this mask. I like how someone's gone on like a tangent here. Sorry, I'm here. Need? No, but character's only a couple of months old. I've not got anything. Like, I've got nothing on this character. It's only a couple of months old. I won't have... I've not done any of these dungeons before. I've done Fungal Grotto like 40 times, and that's been my entire... That's all the items I've got are basically Fungal Grotto. I don't mind either way. Unless there's... Like, if you've got stuff that's good for a healer, like, I'll take stuff I can actually use, though. Yeah, but I don't need it. I won't say no. I feel like I'm being told I have to. But, yeah, I wouldn't have a single piece of armor from any of these dungeons. Every time I queue for random normal, it is, without fail, Fungal Grotto. Oh, we're in a bit of a lull. If anyone needs to beg anything. Alright. A crystal column gaming set! Whoa! What one of those? I have maps! Okay. At some point, I'm gonna have to go to the Thieves Guild and turn these in. Because I do not want to randomly get accosted for a crime and lose my maps. Oh, you know what else? I was reading about the Cala. I can't believe I got that right. Cala Nocturnal. Proud moment. Because I knew Nocturnal did give a cow. I don't know what she gives you, the player character, in Oblivion. Only 2 of my KHAJIIT sold, not the other 2. Or the other 2. Or the other 2. Or 2. Or the other 2. Is there not just a search function? There's not just a search function? Stay tuned. Game user. The old merchants, that's what they're called. How do I search? Additional filters? Let's go. Casual merchants, so trading. Okay. There has to be a better way than this. Hang on. Search under. The old merchants too. And game in weekly nation. Old merchant. Oh, I'm being kicked. Ah. Hey. There you go. I was just quickly looking for the old merchants in the guild finder. Or which one would be best to join. I saw you've got 3. Number 2 has the minimum K sales, but the number 1 didn't have anything listed either on the join page.
Hello there.
It'd be expensive to keep all 3 up. I was thinking I end up queuing with you guys often enough, I might as well. Number 2 is cheaper. Oh, let me grab that. That person is busy. That was the good invite. My second brown lizard! Hey, I swear they've added these in. Oop. I have spent 100 days playing this game. I have never seen anything but yellow lizards. And now, today, we've seen 2 brown lizards. Good patch. Good patch. I like this update. I'm gonna have to minimize Discord. I'll grab my tag later. Hang on, I can grab it here. Is that just it? Oh, whatever. I'll deal with that later. Oh, surprise! Welcome in. Sorry, I did see the message, but I had Discord up in front of the chat. How are you? Thank you for the follow. You know, I can't lie. I was bitter that my coffee went cold and I'm now drinking cold coffee. But fresh, real milk still saves it. I would rather... Ooh. Are we in queue? Fresh milk has somehow made this cold coffee better than what store-bought milk normally makes my good coffee. Oh, we're doing this one again.
I may fall today, but by Onsi's bright blade, I will take you with me.
Please, just listen. I'm not allied.
We're doing this one again. Oh, is this vet now? Got it. There's another grapple over there. I would have completely missed that. I did last time. Ah. You're almost dead. Sneaky way to keep a chest hidden, though. Keep pressing 3 with the long stave out.
Oh. No. I wager you're just where you want to be. Well, come on then.
Is it backwards or?
Don't leave me down here. Please.
I feel like I've missed something. Is this just a trigger? It really looks like that. But I am genuinely not seeing anything.
You must find me. I suffer. Please.
Oh. It was like a U-turn. Isn't it? Because I saw the two cracks behind me. I generally thought that was just back where we came from. Right. Oh. The light shining is obviously a red herring. So.
Yes, you're getting closer.
Right. Core in this game is not my strong point. But how easy is this to miss, though?
That's it. You've made it this far. What's a little further? Yes, your death for a life. My life.
Go, 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 go. Wait, what's stopping us just staying on the outside and attacking? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. In hindsight, Lily jumped the wrong way.
Finally, my suffering is at an end.
I am very low health. I should have healed up. also have better camera management here. Please. I already did one of those. That's not what I want. I need the dot. I need self-heal circle. Safety. There's his thing. Refresh my AoE. Refresh my safety circle. Never mind. Go. I need to get somewhere to heal people. Right, okay. So these people are? Can we interrupt them? Yes. Alright. Ah. Hey! I tried to force enough heals that I could get the res, but that spiky beam he does at the end seems to be burst damage in his final sting alive. Well, I didn't disconnect, I just died, so at least I still get the loot. There's a portal. Nice of them to give us a portal. You know what I forgot to turn off? Forgot my filter for loud game. I feel like the game volume could be slightly quieter, but we'll just turn that back off. We're not doing. It's not super loud. I'd rather the game be audible and me talk over it than have it just deathly quiet, which I think is what it was at before. Someone's just dead. This isn't good. I should have expected that to come. Those things are normally pretty lethal. Give me up, give me up, give me up. Give me. Okay. I burned all of my mana, I didn't have the potion equipped. I don't even have my beef equipped. Let's get my beef equipped. Can't eat while I'm ethereal. We'll get beef equipped and I guess we'll just do try recovery.
Alright, let's go!
There's all my effects, come on. It's been a while since I cursed it. I know we were gonna switch to vet, but I genuinely should not have said out loud sleepy dungeon. Because it's no longer sleepy. I actually have to heal people. Back here. This is not me. Take the heal. Stop dying.
Watch your step!
That AoE is messing me up. Oh, I think it was last time I was testing with these guys. We were out getting what? I haven't seen one that looks like that.
Like rain.
Last time I was questioning with these guys, I wonder if a piece of armor or a piece of jewelry on them meant I actually couldn't heal them. I spent almost half an hour just absolutely being confused at what was going on up until they said, oh no, you can actually heal me, can you? He missed entirely. What the team just got back up a little bit even. Hey, get up! Ow. Banana, I think. I'm out of stamina. Why was I out of stamina? Does just getting hit drain stamina? I wasn't blocking, but I couldn't dodge roll.
Make good use of your corpses. Where's my attack gone? No big smugglers!
Almost. Alright, he's morphing, he gets half his health back. 2 million, nothing too massive. Maybe I shouldn't be putting down those when we're moving. Alright, it worked out, he walked back. As long as I do not die, if I don't get killed, I think I'm fine. Alright. so much better if I just don't walk into... Oh, we did have someone die though.
Well done, Wayfarer. Look there on the door. The Pyre Watch sigil. His Draugr-kin must have used Tuwaka's gaze to unlock it.
How far down does this room go, Shalaria? Surely they found enough bones up here to fill those holes.
Good advice for life.
I
Just
don't know.
look into things that get yourself hurt. Or killed. You can do good when you're not lying on the floor going ow, owie, ow. Rip it out, battle axe. Ooh, do we fight both on that?
Didn't help us. The door is sealed. And without Tuwaka's gaze...
Wait, Shalaria. Look there on the floor. More sigils. Perhaps they correspond to the one on the door.
Oh, is it just a matter of... Do you pick which one you're meant to fight? See, that's why we're not fighting brothers, because I've got big brain people in here who know this dungeon. And I can only imagine when new dungeons come out, this is torture to try and figure this out. Or maybe, you know, it's... torture's not the right word, but... How long does it take to, like, solve a dungeon? With all these new mechanics or things you have to do, tiny little puzzles. I need my drop down. Where did Celestial go? I'm terrible at this. Oh my word, stop yawning. Yawning is now illegal, I have outlawed it.
Another sealed door, but no
NPCs.
statues or sigils.
Follow the NPCs.
Any ideas, Blood Drinker?
A few. The corresponding sigils.
Platinum. Uh-oh. OBS died. OBS died bigly.
friends. The door unsealed.
Hey, auto
It's just-
attacks aren't doing too good.
What happened in here?
Maybe,
mind.
okay, no,
Shalaria
OBS is
managed
really
to
having a
capture
hissy
the
fit. I was gonna say maybe my internet is dipping, but
Took your magic lantern with him. Farther into the cave. You'll never catch him, Reynard. Not before he...
Before he what? What are you godless dogs doing here? Speak!
Ha! You have no idea what's coming. When the one who sent us comes to power, he'll beg for death. Beg!
Enough of this!
Shalaria, what did you do?
You heard what he said. Their leader and Tuwaka's gaze are ahead. Shed a tear for this monster if you wish, but make it quick.
my auto attacks are so shoddy right now. All I need to do is click a guy, and the holding down click thing is doing it. I can see very clearly where I'm meant to go, I just don't see the grapple. There's no grapple. I can clearly see the second grapple in the chain, just not the first. Yes. Yeah, that one's not there for me. I can clearly see the second one on the next rock, though. It's... There's no grapple there. Right. Spammy. No. Not unless I can magically make the jump. Oh. Just not there. I can see the second one, like I can see the chain, just not the first one. I've got nothing. Spamming isn't making it, and I don't see anything appearing. Yeah, I could. If they put that rock in the way purposely. Oh god. There's no way. The rock's like higher. Let alone. Not appearing this path, and able to go. Oh yeah, I figured that was where I was meant to be looking, but I couldn't see any grapple hook. See if you can port me to boss. I reload the UI, do you think there's a chance it'll show? E-spam does nothing. See what you're hitting. There. Must been lifting. I really do gotta kill OBS and stuff again. How long have we been live? Why is it throwing a hissy fit now of all time? Oh, no chance. Draw distance is like the only thing I don't have on minimum. In fact, quite opposite. Draw distance is something that. Wouldn't. No, because I can see the other ones. That's the thing. Yeah. Like if that's why I came all the way out here, because I could see all the other ones I was meant to grab. Yeah. Yeah, my draw distance is so high that that one's too close to load. A portal. Ah! Went for a swim. Still out here fine as hey. Maybe dying lets me jump across. Well, at least I know I didn't get the wrong. No, I haven't. You have to beat the boss. No, well, the other secret boss loaded. I don't know if there are any that require you to beat the boss once before you can access them. Lurky lurk, good work with the invisible cliff grappler puzzle. Well, right side, we solved the puzzle. On the dull side. It's true. Yeah. This isn't the left. There is a tree. And you can click the limit. I don't. Not if I can't reach the corpse. Ooh, waiting for battle to end. Yeah, Kenra's over there. Turn left off the cliff. Trying to give him the way shrine. Oh well. Oh, you get a portal. Hello, dead boss. Oh. No, no damage. But the glowing stone thing. Oh. There's a heavy sack over here too. Okay, your grapple hook chain. What's so weird is I can seemingly get back, but I know that last one over there isn't gonna load. Hang on, there might be one missing. Come back through the portal. But it's so weird that like some of them seem to have loaded and some haven't. Like they're different achievements for doing the same thing on Veteran. Oh. I tried pressing you like 4 times and for some reason it kept cancelling. The last one I cancelled because I blocked, but... Never had one that bad. On point blank you're pretty safe so long as you don't take stagger damage, but that was a bit... odd. What a shield.
I had no idea such grand ruins stood in the heart of this place.
Yokudan, yes? The works of your ancestors from beyond the sea.
Yes. Thank Mara they all rest in glory on the far shores. Here their home.
Oh, is that an air astronaut?
Advance!
I'll admit, he looks a little more impressive than the guy you normally see out in the wild. I do think it is kind of amusing that every astronaut ever has an element they can use their effect. Not the air astronaut. They just wind at you, so they gave the air astronaut a sword.
Now, kill!
Why can I not do it? Attack. My thing must be eating absolute garbage. Maybe after this I will take a quick break, go get myself some water. And we'll let things settle. I might have to reboot OBS too.
You think you can steal from us? Strike! No!
Stop following me around. Goddamn sparks. If I ever do get a pet dragonfly, I think I'll just load up a bunch of sound effects from Sparks. I wouldn't be able to help myself. I am kind of waiting and hoping that OBS picks up its kilobyte dropout, but bitrate just be poopy, and we will have to restart. We'll have to concede because it's not fixing itself. Am I allowed to say I'm surprised a veteran gives you a mechanic that makes the fight slightly easier?
Let me free you! Spirits, come out! Into the abyss!
His first cycle of that animation didn't load for me. I'm glad you announced it. I mean, this a lot earlier than he was before too. Oh, I've got grumbly voice. I need to go get a drink of water after this.
I'll gather some bread.
Oh, even the physical ghosts can grapple through it too. Get the fall, get the fall, get the fall. 3. Come on, seems so delayed and I don't know why.
True madness!
Four. Double 4. I thought you actually had to make physical contact to do damage. I didn't think it just worked.
Spirits, come out! Lost in the dark.
We're almost there. I can sense it, crawling up my spine.
What's that? The doors?
Something profoundly
It actually is a way to get through there.
Whatever it is, whatever these beasts have conjured here, they will face a lasting death at our hands.
We've done 2 secret bosses. You don't think it's because I didn't participate though, is it? Log. If there's 3, then we've only done the 2 secret pathways. Oh, it just doesn't hurt us this time. So are there 3 secret bosses? Oh.
grave mistake, trespassers. This chamber will be the death of you!
Hey, I see a chest. I dipped my toes into the snot and I'm not healing back that health. I mean, I'm missing like 5k health. It's not healing. Okay.
Am I right? Am I...
Charge!
You believe that?
Stronger kid!
Idiot.
Sorry, I've not been talking too much. There's actually been quite a few things that have been explained, which, worth mentioning again, I do have this cognitive intentionally. Lovely. We're in a public guild Discord, now that you're muted, then ask every single person who joins permission to share broadcast live. But actually taking the game seriously requires a bit of thought sometimes. Oh, yeah. Rupert dagger being generic. Oh. You'll have to wait till the big thing stops making noise, sorry. Oh. Actually, no.
I'll kill you for what you've done.
It's actually not a bad ring.
Artavari, sleep now. She's in no condition to fight. Go, kill that fiend.
I'll need a quick 5-minute break, but sure. Blocking the Goliath attacks not being working.
Pause it or withdraw?
I don't expect gratitude, but you're welcome.
Fenorian, One day I will make my peace with it. In the meantime, I will put the rest safe to good use.
I trust in you, Shinoria. As for me, I have some investigating to do. Starting with this mysterious portrait of the architecture.
I suspect they've already gotten what they wanted. The Draugr smuggled a great many urns out of the grave before you arrived.
I don't have a deconstructor, so for a decon. Got a couple of duplicates, so if anyone is hunting for stuff in particular, let me know. I've not bound anything, so if you're looking for a particular piece, then just let me know what it is and I'll put it away. Because like I said, my sticker book is guaranteed to be empty. I've got absolutely nothing.
Fear not, featherless.
Every like 10 purple pieces of armor. Really? I've likely got them. I've just been banking everything because I don't have a decon system. I was thinking about it. Wait. Yeah, I'm gonna take that 10-minute break and reconvene in a few. When does my membership run out? Active? But it should have ticked over in September. It's September. It's only just September. We've got like another 14 days until it ticks over, so I don't have my next membership yet. Alright. I am going to take a very quick break. You know how the rules go. I should be back in 5. I might be back in 10. But if I'm not back within 15 minutes, you are legally allowed to leave. I'm going to go get myself a fresh drink of water and a bit of a snack if I've got something in the pantry. But I'll return as soon as I can. Falcon 7. Okay. We have $5 off of the Falcon Scoria Arms Pack. $3 off of the Brimstone Nixad. Dungeon Flora. Costume. Music box. Never Fall, Never Die. $2 off. That preview. Now look at that. Voltar the Boast furniture. Statue Vampiric Sovereign. Harrowing Reaper. Target. Are not cheap. And we have a Receipt Horse Lizard. Or Seek. Right? A Seek, Bright Horse. It's Argonian. It's Gel. A Seek, Halil. Only the Bright Friend would breed such a colourful. No, Halil's not friend. Right, Halil. I don't know Halil. It's such a colourful and sweet-natured heart. I do have those times when you wonder if you have my chocolate squash. Bright what? What's Halil? I should know this. But I've read the entire language dictionary enough times that I should know. Halil. Wasik is definitely bright. L is eyes. Wasik L is bright eyes. And you've got, what's his name over in Monhold? Not Fidel, is it? In Monhold? But I think his name translates to Heads His Eyes. Right. Before I get too lost in the sauce about whatever a Wasik Halil would be, I do need to actually quickly reboot OBS and bring that back to functioning status. Halil. What's Halil? I will return very shortly. I have 90 seconds to get the connection back. I can't click exit. I actually need to click Task Manager Kill. I'm not prepped. I've already launched the follow-up and I've not prepped even the beginning steps yet. Let me... I need to do this before OBS opens. Come on, Task Manager, I need you. Please respond. Halil. I may just not know what Halil is. It is phonetically similar to Lukiel. Be fair. Right. I'll be back. Welcome back. We have still not solved the internal dilemma of whatever. Hang on. Halil. I think I finally figured out. I may genuinely not know Halil. I know Hlalu, family name. Iko, Lukil. Lukil and Hlalu, but I do not know Halil. I actually don't know what Halil is. I see Halil is bright something though. Free! Free! Oh, free. Thank you. Lovely. What I need to do... I need to go actually look up what the Halil translation from gel is. Because I don't like the fact there's actually a word I may genuinely not know. There you go. Indirectly. We indirectly found the name of the guy in some Morrowind Central Island code. Let me bring this up. Let's show you what I'm seeing. Are we actually running in? I'm in the dungeon. I just... What is... Oh, okay. Well, I stayed alive long enough to at least get some damage down. What one-shot me, by the way? As I was saying, I'm still drawing a blank on the name of the city, and this is annoying me. Not Mournhold, is it? That's the name of the city that the Ebonheart Pact's capital is. Vardenfell. Vardenfell. Ugh. Rookie thing to forget. I've only played like 4 games that mention the damn continent of Vardenfell. 2 that let you actually stand on the soil. But, okay, that out of the way. It was Vardenfell, and the character, the NPC, is called Hajel. Hides his eyes. Hides his eyes is the common translation. Hajel is the Hajel. Hyphen between Haj and is the gel. It's because of his name that I originally learnt the translation of Wasik, because Wasik El is bright eyes. Which I do believe Bright Eyes is not technically like that's normally Gel completely forgoes any conjoining words, especially in the naming convention. But the common translation normally doesn't. It infers or at least extrapolates some kind of information between all of these nouns, adjectives, and descriptors. Verbs too, very important. Gel is very good at using verb these days. Must not forget, runs in circles. But it stands. Have to still find Halil, and it wasn't in the Gel dictionary I brought up, so I'm gonna have to bring up the unofficial Gel dictionary in a little bit. Let's go on disappear real quickly. Poor alchemist. I have that enabled, but don't have the overlay up. No, okay. That breaks the game. It only works with the overlay showing. But there's no Halil. All of Hedge, Vaporous, like Hidden Hunter, Hedge Motor. That's Motor, obviously, I guess, might indirectly be Hunter in this case. But there's no Halil. So, it is a little cropped. Tiny bit cropped, because I've resized my Steam window. Since I set that up in OBS, I'll have to resize the Steam window. Oh, no! Do you know what I did? I've got that overlay set up. Hang on, it's still enabled, isn't it? Even though I've got rid of the overlay. I have to remember I can't do that. I set it up. Let me fix that while it's up here. I set it up so that... Oh, did we just skip? Okay. Am I still... Oh no, I'm healing. I'm healing now. Fire barrier, I trust. I'm gonna say something, but I've forgotten. I set it up because I was opening twitch.tv replays and I was cutting out the people who are online with a crop, and I was cutting out chat in a bit of a rush last Wednesday. The end result, it now doesn't merge perfectly like it used to, so I may just end up duplicating it. Since it's a window capture and captures overlays, I can just duplicate and leave what we have here now. Erase days. If we ever do another VOD review, or just the VOD reviewers in general, call it the Twitch Online VOD review, or the Steam overlay VOD review. Not very nice for you to put fire down at my feet. Are we in Cold Harbor? This dungeon part of the main quest? Okay, good. I'm trying to avoid ticking off any quests that are part of the Cold Harbor main storyline. I will admit, I had to squint when I first saw that water. It's very bright. I'm one of those vampires that never lets light in. So, anything bright on screen is like, eyes.
Destroy!
I actually, bit of random off topic notes. I ended up getting a 16 color light for my bedroom a couple of years back. I ended up setting it to red because red is the easiest on the eyes at night. You don't have to adjust so much. So if I ever needed to get out of bed in the middle of the night and just turn the lights on to go to the bathroom, my light was always stark crimson red. It looked terribly moody from the hallway. Like, it was absolutely not something I would recommend if you're in a shared household. But amazing if you're just not going to bother turning lights on the way to the bathroom. The lengths. Chest. I mean, it is a chest. Simple. Did you miss? So that's impressive that you jumped that far. I'll admit, I personally stopped counting once I hit 21st. I was like, alright, that's the big milestone. I can officially not care anymore, right? Actually, I didn't for like... It's not fatal? Okay. You're on a roll. I actually did go about 5 years without having a birthday. Like, it was opt-in. I chose not to. I just thought it's a bit much of a fuss. And everyone moved away from country, went to live in the city, so it was more hassle than it was worth dragging everyone back out here.
Nothing's happening. Seems the mad architect's destruction did not allow us to step from this plane. Unfortunate, but we'll have to make do. He mastered this place, mastered the Daedra somehow. Perhaps we can do the same.
But what do we do? Where do we go?
We can't stay here. Not like this.
I'll figure something out. I always do.
I'm gonna have to take a trip to Raiden's house and decon some stuff. We have someone who went live. That's a trip. Okay, so stream overlay. We need to rename. Rename stream overlay to game. Hang on. Game overlay VOD review. Or we'll just say game overlay Twitch VOD. There we go. It's a window capture, so we'll copy and paste duplicate because we want to edit the down here, and we'll call this game overlay. And reset transform. Game capture is here, so now all I do is enable it, right? And you see kind of everything. Okay. Hit the screen. Then transform, edit, crop. Crop left. That's about a quarter of 1920. We'll go 400 left. Crop right. Crop bottom. Crop bottom 200. Crop top 400. No. Crop top 300. Crop right. That kind of works. So up 200. There we go. Now you can see the top of the page. Bottom, I suppose, then would be 40. Just about. That looks about right. The fade out is, we'll go 130. That looks pretty good, but I need the bounding box. Alignment to bounding be bottom right. The position alignment bottom right. Then the scale to out of bounds, scale to width, scale to height, scale to width. Yeah. Whatever that is, I'm keeping it. Right. So, back to business. We were looking up the Imperial Library. Gel. I've actually almost got that lined up. That's the... Okay, is this showing my mouse? There you go. Almost actually lined up. Almost. So... Can I make... Oh, no, it's scaling to width. A little wider. What's that? It's a little high. But more or less, I can... You can't notice a thing! Look at that! Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Alright, I'm gonna put my preview on the second monitor. I can kind of try and fix this. There. Right? Right? Hey. I think we've done good. I think that's seamless because it's still enabled and my overlay... Oh, my overlay minimized. But I think we've done pretty good there. Besides the render lag between the two windows, because one's window capture, one's game capture. One's tapping into the program, one is just window capturing through Windows. So it's not perfect, it's tearing, but on a still image, seamless. I'm very happy with that. We managed to get that solved pretty quickly. Now, translation dictionary for gel. We need to go down. Allele. Throat. Right throat. You know, in hindsight, that makes a whole lot of sense. Because they have right throat. I'm pretty sure, actually, I've seen that before. Somewhere in Oblivion, there's a bunch of bright throats. Or that term is used. I don't know if it's used to describe a colony of outcasts, but... Basic? Stamina? Speed? What? Inventory? Stamina, speed, and inventory? Oh, they've got like little attachments. I never noticed. Basic. There we go. Right throat. I was correct on the first word, and I actually that with the first piece. But let's turn it. Where was I? What was I doing? Why am I here? Who am I? What's going on? I'm going north. No one can stop me. Get rid of the preview, and I might bring up the stream on my phone just for quality management. We're muted. And there we go. Leave my phone running. We can use that to sneak the quality. Make sure everything's running smooth. It's not lethal. No, it's a guy who fell off the bridge all the way over there. But where am I heading? I'm not heading there. to get Amber back in. Okay. Let's get Amber in so that we can go collecting stuff while she deals with everything that happens. I love that broken animation. Alright, to the north. We've got 2 logs, one over here, rubidite, and another log over there. No! Amber, go! What have you been doing? Why are you over there? Let's stay with Amber. No, you just killed it. Okay. True. I had a sneaking suspicion there was alchemy in the area. Alright. I've got 2 messages. And I think it's about time. Octo, I'm 2 hours late. But I never miss one. We have a calorie. A lovely bag of raisins. Great. Not with coffee or alcohol this time, with actual water. I always pay up on these. I've not missed a single hydrate yet. I even turned redemption off while the stream is offline, so that I know no one can redeem hydrate when I'm offline. Lumbine. Which means I have never missed a single hydrate to date. What's with all the ruby ash wood down here? Chest here too. Middle pin was very offlating. There's a couple of times where they don't... Wait, I have a symbol. That's telling me where it is. Is that it up there? Oh. Its treasure was there. That was here. Okay. The icon didn't align it. Oop. 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 Oh, I misclicked. Alright, so it's those 6 squares. There we go. A goblin steam mill and a polished gut rock. Oh, lovely. Actually, while we've got a bit of downtime, because I think my group has moved on to do a couple of random normal, what I might end up doing... Oh, speaking of, still haven't got my random normal paycheck. That group should be... I don't know if they're doing a trial, to be fair. You can't queue up for a random normal trial. Any random normal is always dungeon. I do. They're seemingly a full group. Random normal group finder. dungeon. Wormwood. Indeed, he hasn't readied. Let them spawn back in over there. Ember, not the wolves. Oop. We'll be back. Talk about variety. I'm so glad that my streak of random normals giving me Elden Hollow was broken by Elden Hollow 2. Actually, I've had a bigger streak with Fungal Grotto. I think I got about 5 Fungal Grottos in a row back when I was grinding this character's early levels. All the game would ever give me. And I mean, like, even through to champion points. I weirdly didn't realize how good dungeons were for grinding XP. I got this character to level 40 before I did a dungeon. Within a day, I managed to get to level 50. Oh, it was like 47 in a day. And then people weren't grinding dungeons again like that for a while, so I ended up going back to questing.
Towards it.
One of those. I think you can heal on a random normal. Why am I being so laggy? What's going on? Laggy? No. Laggy's not the bad. My heals are lagging. Not. I really should go into Bandit and turn on the levels. I'd like to know what sort of group I'm getting into and who to pocket heal if need be.
Knew she was alive.
You can normally tell after like the first couple of fights, you can tell who you need to pocket heal and who you need to pay attention to and who you need to baby. I don't mean that derogatively. I just mean like sometimes you do get a young player or a low level player and they need a little bit more attention because if they get caught off guard, staggered or anything, that can completely kill them. A lot of boss fights. I was the same. What is that? Oh, my lord.
They would be a force to be
Templar
reckoned
thing,
with
isn't it?
under the banner of the Mages Guild.
But it's nice to just keep everyone alive and knowing who you need to stand next to just to get auxiliary heals while you're target healing the tank and whoever needs it. Things like that can make a big difference if you're standing right next to the person who might need it more. Spot heal I've got on 4. Also good. And I do have 3. 3 is normally reserved for damage dealer. That's a buff with a on-hit heal. The target area. But yeah, that has to be a Templar thing. That has to be the Consecrate the Dead. I've not tried Consecrate the Dead. I've been thinking about it. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Or that not. I can't think those. The chest. Oh, do we go this way now? There's a portal. Oh. Oh, there he goes. He's up. There's also another reason to perhaps pay a bit more. Why is that person over there dying? What did they do? Oh, they barely kept themselves alive. Props to them. I didn't realize they were in combat. I just thought they got hit by something passively. Fake tank. Fake tank can be a reason to pocket or baby someone in the heal department. I've had that happen before. I've had to pocket the fake tank. Like it wasn't just, oh, I saved the day and it didn't. No, it was entirely a group effort. We got caught on a boss that had a tank check. You had to block and receive a ton of damage in one of the boss's moves. Because we had fake tank, obviously, that didn't go so well. So I had to put down a bunch of shields and resistances, and everyone else kind of had to share the tanking so that someone could go in completely full health to receive this one move. It was a lot of failed attempts trying to get that coordination down. None of us were in voice. That was a daily random who joined with fake tank. But just, that was, I think, the moment I genuinely... Oh, hang on. Not banked anything in a while. It was the moment I think I genuinely started realizing that I need to focus my healers somewhere, not just everywhere. Any more magicka? Same magicka recovery. Come on, Baron. Is that a bad time to start paying attention to the conversation? out of this portal. Oh, he died pretty quick. I thought that was the boss. He just dropped dead. Oh, speaking of dropping dead. We're out of enchantment here. Do I have any poisons? Put that one there. And a law book. I may have not meant to attack that. Yep. I got trigger. Terrible trigger discipline. Just immediately attack while everyone else is standing around, so I don't know if I messed up something. I don't know if we, it's a very interesting visual effect. I think that was in Fungal Grotto this second.
Help me!
Why do I know? No, I did accept the quest, didn't I? You know what? No. Getting rid of that, because I feel like I've missed a bunch of stuff, but I didn't see any quest prompts until now. But we'll pay more attention in the future. We'll pay more attention in the future. I'll have the quest all over again. And complete it then. I gotta find out what these two messages are. How did you know it? I'm actually quite hungry. How dare you shoot through the portal? That's... Tank seems pretty tanky. I really do wish that Tank is solo tanking like actual boss characters too. Oh! Everyone is. Deviants can have that one. I can all have this one. Rubbish. I dropped out from the group earlier, but I was still in the cold. The whole conversation about cannibals seemed to be in some kind of jest, but I'll admit, when you're not paying attention, it's very difficult to sort of just randomly drop in and out of a conversation talking about eating people. Not too sure on that one. It was a very tongue-in-cheek comment about how there's nothing wrong, of course. There's so obviously nothing wrong with what's happening in this conversation. So, obviously in jest, no one's actually eating anyone. That's not the sort of again, to just randomly drop in and out. I was very caught off guard with the whole thing. Perhaps understandably even. I have to refresh my, you know what? Why ask when I can and find out? Because there's no downside to just refreshing. Oh, he's dead. Is that the quest, or do we continue on now? We continue on. The portal that once consumed all now leads us to a temple. Honestly? Is this a realm of oblivion? Whose realm is this? There is no way this is not a realm of oblivion. Whose realm is this? Walk down the night lane? Bogdan!
Whatever it is.
I feel like I know that. I'm gonna have to Google Bogdan. I'm desperately hope that the wiki hasn't been just butchered by any updates. I want to know Bogdan, as he was known in the old lore. Haven't we come a long way? Actually, at the point now where I've conceded there's old and new lore. I may go back on that entirely. I haven't decided yet. I don't like it. Can't dispute that I did say that without thinking. The old lore. This game is having its effects on me, but it will never convince me Skyrim is terrible. And to be fair, the worst things about this game are because of Skyrim happening, so there you go. Can't even be too mad at Elder Scrolls. What the heck? Really fun. What are these what's this Death Stranding nonsense?
Is that you?
Huh?
Gargant, you live, yes?
Done the Night Flame. That's Google. That's the final boss.
Which sustains this
you need to quickly Google. Ogdan. That's a lot of points out of nowhere.
It is done.
I am gonna search UESP wiki. The P stands for pages. The unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages wiki. This one's normally pretty great for archiving older stuff, which is the one thing I don't like about the fandom wiki. The fandom wiki will just have a single page that points to a person, and then that person will just have their name completely change, and then it's like, yeah, it still goes to this one page. Bogdan, have a look. Lock down the Night Flame, online, 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 online. I've got 500 entries per pages. How many results are there? 78. Walk down the Night Flame. This room is very loud, isn't it? Actually not. Lord Daedric Titan. And that's online. I thought the names sound familiar. And it definitely looks like we're in a realm of oblivion, hence my curiosity in the first place. But everything here is entirely online. Every single entry in the wiki, online only. Oh, what's this? Magic portal art. There we go. Right. Look to the left. Back to Stross Mackay. Rip vampires in this battle? Is there like actual solar damage? It's solar damage, I think. That's kind of cool if being a vampire actually has negative effects. I kind of figure these days. I mean, even Oblivion didn't really make vampirism that much of a bad thing. Just don't sleep. And you're pretty set. Having like a super decent amount of buffs, a super decent spell with a super cheap cost. Oblivion was a bit of a... Oblivion didn't... Okay. I am going to preface it by saying that I've played maybe only a couple of 100 hours of Skyrim, and I avoided almost any Bethesda storyline in that time. I've never done the DLC quests with the shriveled up bats people, because I detested the whole thing so much after reading the book that described them as something else entirely different. To be fair, the visual description wasn't in the book, but still. Never played it, so I don't know if there is a downside to being a vampire. But it seemed like it worked the same as being a werewolf, which was that you get the power, you can trigger it on command, and you can only use it, I think it was once per day, with almost no downside except for being attacked on sight while active. So, the follow-up. Genuinely props. The Elder Scrolls Online and ZeniMax Online Media gave vampires in this game a couple of actual detrimental effects attached with them. That isn't very... We're missing one. Come on. I don't think you guys can out-damage my heal. Why do we only have 3 now? Where'd the other 2 go? Now you definitely can't out-damage my heal. You lost 2 of your bugs. Well, since this isn't a fair fight anyway, let me just... You got a dagger in him. Poor fellow. Need a dagger from another poor wandering adventurer, I suppose. Oh, we came here with the dragon thorn. I don't know why the only alchemy ingredients I seem to be able to find are green. I find so few alchemy ingredients that are actually of low quality. I would think wormwood's green. Left of thistle's green. Water hyacinth is green. Nernroot is green. Dragonthorn is green. Can't think of a white plant or... Oh, hang on. A couple of mushrooms I picked that are white. I think the, hang on. What's Lady's Smock? Green.
Who's taking bets?
Is it the Atmelic or Asala? I never know how to pronounce it.
Dr. Khan is innocent.
I need to find the Atmelic. Hang on, we can cheat. Cheat. The alchemical resin is white, but that's a furniture item. The alkahest, which apparently we have picked up 50 of today. Where? From what planet have we picked up 50 alkahest today? Butterfly wings, buglers, blue entaloma. I don't know where I get beetles scuttle from. I bought these 3. Lamb gel, also no clue. Columbine, green. Cornflower, green. Dragonthorn, green. The Emetic Crystalla is also green. I got close on the name. Fleshfly lava. Oh. Imstool, Lady's Smock, Luminous Rosala, Mountain Flower, Amira's Rot. Every single alchemical ingredient here lists green. The liquid you use to make the potion is white, and every ingredient is listed green. That is so bizarre. For the amount of time that I'd noticed a lot of plants are green, you'd think I would have noticed that all of them are green and not a single one has actually got the white print. You know what we need to do? We need a scribe. We have Goblin Steam Milk. And we also have a bunch of abilities now. Look at that. We can actually... Almost. We can almost. We can get that one. We'd get these two. Actually, would that pass through? Would we get these? No, because that doesn't connect. Is there anything else we could do in the meantime? Is this connected? Well, maybe I'll head over here. That doesn't join anything. That joins... But only lights up. I feel like the best case scenario is that one. Then we just have to all in to going to the bottom two left. Like that, 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 and that. And we can go... We can do either, to be honest. 3 on the right or the 1 on the left. Well, that works then. Those two. Where are we going? Same spot as... It only makes sense. Considering we walked all the way down here. Well, I'm not going to. Or am I? Maybe because it's a blue one. We found the lead for it. Okay, fine. Fine. All counts, they're all worth doing. Oh, what's this? Other unstressed Makai. Because there's only 3 ways. Honestly, I genuinely think I'd rather just have a larger map and just go collect all the way shrines. If you have the way shrines, even the larger maps aren't that annoying. Just that it costs a bit to run back to the way shrine and port. But at least the distances on a normal map are only a quarter the amount they are here in Strasbourg. Lady Smoke. Snake. Well, I'm very sorry to say, Snake. You were gonna be bug bait, but you weren't even bug bait. I'm actually running out of energy. We've been going for an extra hour since I reset. I forgot the timer doesn't carry over when I do that. 6 hours? 7 hours? When did we start? 7 hours checks out. I think we started at 3? Would have been 3. So the race starts at quarter past. We've been going for 7 hours. Ember! How are you? Disappointing lack of Sigic portals today. But a surprising amount of everything else. I always forget that if I do that I can't immediately pick the rock. That's okay, Ember's high enough level now. My stun keeps all the way over there kind of thing. Right, we've made it. Where's the sparkle dirt? Oh, you have a dirt mountain named after you now. Permanently. Because I'm only ever gonna call it sparkle dirt. It's in the same spot. Look at that. That's on a roll. Off they go. They know something I don't. Alright. We are back here. Yeah. Here and here. What's somewhere here? Right. Yeah. Lovely. So. That was a small bag. There's the next 35 minutes left. I have a feeling it's there. Uncover that. Nothing. Alright. We have a lead for a Dwemer astrological chart. Oh, we haven't collected this one yet. It resembles a tiny water wheel made from iron and the flexible bark of tropical trees. It would have crumbled to dust long ago if not for a thick grease smeared over everything. It looks just the right size to fit in the end of a Dwemer steam pipe. We are 1 out of 3 sky shards, 0 points at the moment. An annoying amount. 34. I'm sorry. 34 more scries until we get purple. That's almost a crime. 34. Going somewhere else. I'm not doing them all on Strasmakai. This place annoys me. I would rather go to somewhere that has a ton of way shrines like this. But this one isn't perfect because I either haven't found them all up here in the north, or there just aren't many here up in the north. Considering I've gone along the river, the only place it could be left would be somewhere like there. Or here. But I do remember this place being quite a bit annoying for the fact that it didn't seem to have any. You know what? I can actually just read. Reading comprehension. We're missing 2. But there are 2 somewhere. Considering how well grouped up they are along here and through here, I think the only one we're missing would be on the right side of the coast. And there has to be another one, maybe both, up here in the top. But where else do we have that's better than that? We could go to the Gold Coast. So that one's not got the best way shrine distribution. What has a good way shrine distribution? Stonefalls. Honestly, Eastmarch isn't terrible. I don't know the locations. You know, I think High Island Aminos might be the most concentrated set of way shrines on any of the maps to date. That's less than a 5-minute walk between these. Do we have them all? We do. We have all 15. Something else sell? Or is this still my... Oh, that's my premium. Random normal complete. I'm gonna check these 2 messages. Celestials still in the chat. Well, there you go. Maybe we haven't been completely left. Donka stonk, badonk, badonk. You read badonka chonk and you said badonka donk. Donka stonk, badonka chonk. Stomped too hard on the cat tree and broke it. And that is indeed a picture of a cat that has collapsed the thing it's sitting on. That's beautiful. Oh. to say things and then immediately just yawned? What a curse. Okay. This is fine. You know what? I have 5 containers. Undaunted Box, Eden Hollow. Hallowed Grave, Roads of Madness. I don't think just doing the dungeon fixed that with this, but that's the one. Roads of Madness was the one that was the Cold Harbor dungeon, wasn't it? I just like this. Okay. I hope the Roads of Madness is not part of the main storyline, because I do want to try a main storyline run, and I'm timing it. And if I've already skipped parts of the mission, that's going to negatively affect the time's legitimacy. Let's run on Hollowed Grave. That was the one we did twice, with the grappling hooks. Let's... Glorious Undaunted Box. Let's get rid of the transmute. Let's do the glorious one last. We'll open with Unhollowed Grave. Key, and an Aegis Caller's Belt. Golden Hollow. Barkskin Bow and a Crown Repair. The Box of Madness. Undaunted Plunder worth 1,000. And the Epaulets of the Worm Cult. And the Undaunted Box from the Veteran is another key. Okay. The Golden Super Secret Special Cool Box. Comes with a style page. Crafting mode of 100 True Sworn Shields. Crafting mode of 106 Silver Rose Shields. The June Ripper Curious. As the Outfit Style Collection. Once used, the Outfit Style is available to all characters on your account. Outfit Styles can be for Outfit Station measure. Can I preview that before I read it? And also, what's it worth? These max 333, 333, average 30, no sale. 309, 900, average 77. No sale. 36 listings. Suggested? Wow, even the suggested, which, as far as I can tell, suggested puts you like 10 to 20% below Belka. So it's usually at like the top of the bottom third is the price suggested non-negotiable. That one, 17,000. These are going for a pretty penny. Miscellaneous trophy, isn't it? No? Is it consumable style thing? Is it miscellaneous? Yes. Apparently no pricing. Preview. Oh, it's just the sword. It's not character bound. I guess I'll eat it. I could put that up for 30,000, and I could put that up for 20. And I can make 50,000. But I am also currently playing what is meant to be my Master Crafter. The only thing I gain from selling these is possibly getting better deals elsewhere. Because I am, okay, I am likely going to have to buy almost every crafting motive and crafting style that I come across. In the long scheme of things, 50,000 septums is nothing, and these might be impossible to come across in the future. So I am going to eat both and make my money another way. Drew wax. 3 Drew wax almost breaks even for what those would have sold for. And we seem to be getting Drew wax consistently up. I still don't know what you get Drew wax for. But every time I play, I pick up an extra 4. Every time I play, I seem to average getting 4 Drew wax. Because I sell it in batches of 4. Last time, well, when I logged in today, all 4 of my Drew wax are sold, and I've not got any since. So I need to go around, find out where. Also, I need to go fishing, because if I get perfect row, I'm just set, financially set. If I get a single perfect row, I have a guaranteed point of sale within the guild. But I'm probably gonna have to log in and spend a whole day actually grinding for perfect. I don't know what the drop percentage is. Seems less than 10%. Could be 2% or 1%, and that might be the case, in which case I'm gonna have to spend maybe more than one whole day trying to get one of those perfect row to drop. And you know what? If I get one, I'm trading it for as many jewelry crafting materials as I can possibly find. You know. I think I might just make all of my guild chat text. There we go. Social. Oh, you know what I need to do with Bandit UI too? Where's the group frames? I need level. Oh, thank you. There we go. Apparently no. No level. That's fine. But we're gonna go to social. The chat colors I'm fine with. All of this, I'm not reading those. They can be blank. But the zone stuff, and what do we have? The system dialogue is a bit brighter. And we've got NPC. But these, Guild 1, Guild 2, Guild 3, Guild 4, and Guild 5. I do not need them. They're drastically different from each other. But they look boardishly contrasting. What I need is them to be different shades of a set color. And I think all guild stuff is going to be this. We're going to work our way around maybe from red through to purple. Purple. 170, 120, 200. 170, 120, 100. Yeah. Officer is 255, 90, 150. 160. 255, 90, 160. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll do the same. I wish I could just click and drag. That would be so nice to click and drag. What was that? 170, 120, 200. Let's do all of these. 170, 120, 200. 170, 120, 200. 170, 120, 200. And the reason I'm gonna make them all different shades of the same palette is because guilds should all be in my head listed as what I expect them. Separating the guilds into their own different colors depending on what guild is typing is just confusing. But I also need them to be slightly different. I can tell them apart with one, even with the name being displayed in bright color. Open up the chat here. It is now the same color. We scroll up, we should find... No, not since I reset UI. But green for group. That can be the guild color here. Now it's all universal. What I now need to do, I think we'll give all of it away. So let's go less blue. Oh, 180. And this can be 140. That's not enough. What was that at before? 200, right. Well, I guess we need to make that a bit more drastic. Color is 7 to 5, so that's minus 20, minus 20, minus 80. That's 80, 60, 30. Cut a flat 50. We color cut 55 here. 200. 20 is 40. And 10. Different colors then. My idea being, when both guilds are spamming, I can separate the chat and the conversation by the slight difference in color. Hopefully. That's 70. That's 150. One just needs. We're never gonna have. We're gonna add 30, though, but we're never gonna have all 5 guilds. Can't add 30. Slightly different shades. 2 and 3 might be a little too hard to distinguish. This one didn't change too much, I don't think. But it will do. Rubidite respawned in that time. Nice. Okay. So what is the peak? I was going to go back to the isle and go out adventuring and to find a bunch of scrying project. But we have also been going quite a while. 10 in the morning. I can't be staying up this late. This is the curse of this time slot. I think the only real way to stream the London time slot is going to be to start streaming at midnight. The stream start earlier and just go through to London PM and then we end London PM. Because if I don't start, that's the thing too, it's like the whole idea. Eventually, I'd like to get back the time slot because I did play with a lot of people that were awake during that point in time. A bit sad, you know, to catch up with people. But I do have obligations of the real world. We must compromise somewhere. It's just a cat. No problem. It all boils down to finding the compromise between running this time slot or... Really? Oh lord, but I am crashing. A mix between the rum, which I didn't even refill, mind you. That one rum. I can't even say on an empty stomach either, because I had dinner before I started. I've downed the coffee, that's gone. Rum beat coffee. Got half a cup of tea left. I haven't finished that, but it's dead cold, and cold tea is miserable. No amount of perfectly fresh, good milk is going to save cold tea. I can say that for the coffee, genuinely. Good milk can make an average coffee great, but good milk cannot make cold tea warm again. That's all you end up to. Why do 4 notifications? 4 notifications for what? What do I have notifications for? Why? Did I add stuff to my set? About... Yes. Trophy! When did I kill Bogdan? Oh, that was the daily quest week. Okay. Have we done a scry in this area? No. Need to acquire a lead. We've found 4 of those, though. We can. Not to any benefit except to link north. You, however, almost have the ability. That would be fine. Like that. I'm gonna grab that one. Oh, I could have grabbed that immediately. We will then. We'll grab that immediately. Yes. I think I need to close up shop. You know what I'm also thinking of doing? I might bind my quick bar to Q and move my ultimate over to T. T is an extra button out of the way, and if I accidentally press Q, it's not the worst thing so long as I don't have a rare potion equipped. I say rare potion. Round potion. I don't want to spend money. Not that I have actually spent money on any of my potions, I just get them and treasure them because they are limited. No limited supply and artificial value in that sense. I don't see a sparkling pile of death, but I do see a couple of fishing spots and some thingies. Amber, you haven't spoke much today. No sparkly dirt. That's a fishing trap. I also... Oh! Right there. I also feel like my voice is about to give out on me, so... Cut my losses. Mm. Nice. Nice. Then we got a starting little circle there for G. Oh, it's not morning anymore, is it? It's my morning, not theirs. Minor mistake. Morning all the same. Let's. We've got a lot of stars here. We can merge them all. This one. I will. Then. Kind of. We don't have anything here to measure this top one. We have these. Actually, probably gonna be a dud. I don't think I can pull this off. I don't. We do that. Which gives me an immediate another one. That's the thing, is that I feel like... No, I don't have to pick. That actually works. Is that enough? Thought I wasn't going to be able to solve that one. I'm having another one of those moments where I genuinely don't remember if I've said hello or not yet. But I don't want to just be like, oh, hello, in case I have, because then I sound crazy. Like it twice and forgetting in the space of... Has anyone else ever slouched so bad that they get reflux from the slouching alone? I know it's nothing I ate. Perhaps the things I eat contribute. If I sit up straight, it goes away. The moment I lean forward and slouch over my desk, it's back. Not the moment. To be fair, every time I stretch, I get 10 minutes of reprieve, where I'm actually allowed not suffer from it. Is this that stinky piece of water that sucks to get around? But amino station which goes through... No, it isn't. It's jump. I know where that is. That place there, then there's the waterfall that goes through here. And we kept checking this spot. Between these two markers. I can't mark in the zone for some reason. We kept checking between these two markers. I think it was there twice in a row, but the third time, not so lucky. Alright. I am gonna have to call it. I'm going to have to watch in. It's 11:45. It's not even. It's 10 to 11. I need to do something a bit more chill. Slash sleep. So, we're gonna find someone to raid out to. I'm gonna scull the rest of my tea. Hello, hello. It's quite alright. I actually said it twice, so feel free. You know what? I'm 99% sure that I had that whole moment of asking if I'd said hello already, with the intent to use that as a preface, but possibly saying hello a second time. And I know I forgot to say it a second time. I just left the conversation at, have you ever actually done that twice and then not known? Or wondered it? Yeah. I'm on a roll. How are you going, Joe, though? Hello, and proper hello. Welcome in. If that's a sign, if any, I think I should, at the very least, turn my brain off. You will... I definitely am losing my voice. 100%. So let's find... You know what? Hello, lovely, scratchy, grumbly hut. I need to switch. I need to listen to a lovely rendition of whatever this is. I like it, actually. One of my life goals in this game is going to eventually find and collect an Ezraj. So, with that, let's find ourselves someone we can go say hello to, and I think I know exactly where we're going. In fact, I almost want to preemptively send you guys over there. And I will just make sure, absolutely beyond a doubt, make sure that they're live. If they're not, you do get an automatic shout out. They're not live. Okay. Well, Dark Raiden has taken a break, and she is back in Elder Scrolls Online. I think she's been playing a bit of Valheim, but she has generally been offline for a short while. Active in the guild Discord, not completely gone. But if you are a fan of Elder Scrolls Online, as well as other handful of survival crafting games, such as Valheim, Dinkum, and I think she has talked about Cult of the Lamb. I don't know if she's going to be playing that one. Go give Dark Raiden a follow and a hello. Don't know if they will be streaming tomorrow, but looking forward to it myself at least. I need that water. My throat. It's not just my voice giving out, my throat is about to be caught on fire. We have Tone Dust. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's go say hello to Taxi. And guess what game Taxi's playing? Taxi is an MMO aficionado. Hint, hint. But we're absolutely going to go say hello to Taxi. Of course, before we head off, I do have one final shout out. Well, actually two. We have Feral Transient reading something. I don't know what the book is today. Feral is reading something over on her channel at the moment. She's more of like an ambient background style stream. She streams from her backyard and keeps the visuals pointed outwards. But the final shout out, to get a move on, is Tone Dust, who is currently playing Current and Exiles. But Tone Dust has been a good friend and genuinely a great streamer to hang out with and chat with. Always good vibes over there. But we'll get through the main core of the raid. If you like the global emotes, we have global emotes. If for some reason you've got the fancy ones on the channel, then you can use the animated Angry Bird. Or for 100 channel points, you can redeem that gorgeous face and put whatever you want in the middle. My personal favourite recommendation is Stinky Glitch. I will always shill for Stinky Glitch. It's the best global emote on the platform. But I will see everyone later tonight with Raft.